Hello everybody and welcome live here to a new round of the Simraceway Championships. The FTP series about to get underway. Mitsubishi Evo's on the circuit. This Danish man 6132 making his debut here today with shifter 0711 sat in second. The lights about to go out. Who's going to get the run down into the first corner? We won't know, so it seems to be a bit of a safety issue. We'll be right back with the proper race in just a few moments time.
That was a 3,
So apologies for the short delay there. Then the first round of the FTP Championship about to get underway in just a couple of moments time. Danish man's returned to the game. Shifter in second. We've got James 38, one of the oldest members here at Simraceway. A true credit to the game indeed. And they like to go out. Away we go. 8 laps of racing then around Sonoma about to get underway. Danish man retained his lead going into the first corner but runs a bit too wide. Shifter's going to try and punish him for that one as they climb up the hill. But he's really going to struggle there. Almost a bit of contact. And they've both gone off onto the grass. Danishman hits it into the barrier. Not the start the pole sitter wanted. And we've got another race restart coming. So, third time lucky then for your Simraceway FTP Championship week number 1. We've got 3 cars on the grid after the incident in turn number 1 last time. The light going out. Let's see what Danish man can do on the run down to the first corner. He was a bit unlucky last time by, but gets off to a much cleaner start this time. Shifter trying to sweep it right around the outside of the very difficult turn number 1. Unable to do so. Danish man maintained his composure. And Shifter looking to try and maybe trace him down into the second corner. It's almost like they're drifting there as they come over the crest of the hill. James 38 sitting behind these guys, just trying to bring the car to the flag more than anything. Probably one of the most consistent drivers in all of Simraceway actually, as they make their way up towards that back straight, making their way through turn 4, and Danish man spins again. So 2 times in a row that's happened now. Shifter 0711 goes, thank you very much. Off into the distance he goes. That should be plain sailing from there on out. Danish wasn't that much quicker in qualifying. He's going to be that full of incidents during the race, and he may even fall into the clutches of James 38. Of course, this is the lowest skill quant here, so the drivers still either rookies or relatively new to competitive racing. They've got a long way to go before they get up to the likes of the 900 to 1100 skill quant, involving racecraft, overall pace, and just racing etiquette. Let's make their way towards the back end of the circuit, about a minute of the way into the lap then for Shifter. He's got 7 seconds next to his nearest car. Bit of a drift there, really pushing that Evo round, and that's not why I want to do it, because he's on the grass. He's lucky to not spear into a wall there. And despite taking a lot of tarmac, that's going to maybe put Danish into a position. Now Shifter's got a penalty, which would have been revoked. He's gone into the pits to serve it regardless. Now, this is what we're talking about. I don't think that penalty was for anything. He just went wide once. It would have been revoked by the race administrator. So he's gone straight... Oh, he has been penalised, sorry. So Shifter has definitely been penalised for running too wide. Obviously, law enforcement coming down very hard on the drivers in this championship. And Shifter makes his way towards the end of lap number 1 in a way that he probably wouldn't have liked to, wouldn't have envisioned after the lights went out for the first time. So James 38 trying his best there to keep the car on the circuit. And just maybe try and stay with Danish. After lap number 1, Danish man still in the lead with James in 2nd, Shifter in 3rd. And that rounds out your field for today. A very low field here for the opening round of the championship. And now let's just see what the rest of the drivers can do. We've still got a long way to go in this race. It's a long afternoon for the drivers, especially as we say, they're still new to the competitive nature. It's not just bragging rights they're after, of course. There's real money up for grabs here. So there's that added pressure that the drivers are going to be mounting upon themselves. James 38 weaving his way through the back end of the circuit, about 20 seconds already back now from Danish man. Not ideal there for him. It's one of our oldest community members. Laps another circulation of Sonoma Raceway. Shifter putting some pressure on him. I can't imagine James will put up too much of a fight as they come towards the end of lap number 2. Into the last couple corners, Shifter really pushing on. Bear in mind, this man just served a penalty this time a lap ago. So only 3 minutes into the race, they're going towards the final corner. And look how close he's already gotten to the back of James. Will he get to the inside? James covers the line. It's a very tight apex through there. You've got to be very selective about the way you position the car. Now back down the straight again. Shifter in the slipstream goes to the inside wall. Watch that pit barrier and catch even the best of the drivers out as they go into the first corner once again. At the inside, signed, sealed, delivered. There's no way James is going to fight for that one. Shifter obviously much faster, and he's only about 22 seconds away, so he has gained quite a lot compared to the last lap. A 1:38.4 from him. Actually a little bit quicker than the man he was chasing, so we'll see how the laps fare in the laps to come, but approaching the halfway mark in 2 laps time, the drivers now are going to start to try and settle down into that rhythm so they don't make any mistakes that they'll regret come the end of the race. It's all about now just finding that rhythm, not putting yourself in a predicament where you're going to make an error, and not trying too hard to compete your best lap time, especially for Danish man. You know, as we say, 22 seconds away. He doesn't need to be ragging the life out of the thing. All he's got to do is keep that car pointing in the right direction, shake it down on the easy gears, be easy on the brakes, gentle on the throttle, and let the car come to him. You're not driving, you know, in the final 10 laps of a NASCAR race or the Indy 500. Just keep the car in the middle of the circuit and away from the dangers on the outside. Towards the end of lap number 3, the Danish man still leads, 27 seconds clear of Shifter 07. So he's still pulling away here at the moment. Over the line again he comes, followed by the man in second, James 38. Currently still third position, about 49 seconds already away from these drivers. And as he spun, he's slightly on the gravel. Very lucky to not put it in the barrier, but even so, a disadvantage there. We'll still be looking to finish yet another race here in Simraceway. As we say, one of our most consistent drivers. He may not finish on the podium every race, but he does finish nearly every race he competes in. And that has got to be commended here today. And Shifter goes very wide and he catches the inside of the curb. And that was only ever going to end in trauma there. Shifter gets it back going in the right direction, but not been a positive race for that young man, especially considering he got a penalty lap number 1, relinquished the lead because of it, and now, 38 seconds away, he spins the car round and effectively hands victory on a silver platter to Danish man 6132. So now, flying our way through the chicane comes Danish man again. Shifter still pushing nicely in second. James 38 in third. Fourth is non-existent at the moment, but don't forget, still plenty of races coming here tonight. We've still got a lot left for these drivers to try and get themselves in the driver's seat, so to speak, for some new cash prizes. So we're approaching halfway distance, and Danish man as well, if he can put in a good performance here, maybe get his way towards the race stewards and, you know, in favour of his driving. He hasn't had the easiest start to the race, of course. But saying that, if he can just convince them that he is clean, he does have good racecraft, we may see him in a slightly higher skill quant. You never know. And the FTP Championship offering a completely unique vantage point to what some of our other championships have had as well. We'll speak about that in just a couple of moments' time. We've still got 4 more laps left here at Sonoma to decide the winners of our first race of the afternoon. It looks like it's still going to be Danish man, and what I believe to be actually his competitive debut, which is a very nice fact indeed. So the driver's still trying to do just about everything they can at the moment, as we say, to make this race a success. There's still a long way to go though. We've got about half of the race remaining now as Danish brings his way over that swift left and right combo once again. Easy on the curbs, and you can see already how much the driving style has actually changed from the opening lap. He's not as aggressive now, he's not trying to beat a personal lap record. Really just trying to ease the car home. There's no need to be pushing. You know his competitor well over 40 seconds. That's almost half the track away. You don't need to be pushing as hard as that. James 38 comes out of the pit lane for another penalty then. So the only driver to not suffer a drive-through penalty today is our race leader. I don't want to put a curse on that, but it is looking very good right now for the man who's racing with a keyboard. So no wheel or controller here. You can just see and define that by the way the wheel moves inside the cockpit. Very jolty, very one movement, which means that he really does have to be very precise with the keyboard. You cannot afford to let up these big slides. It's very difficult to save without the precision of a wheel. And Shifter looking very slowly there, actually coming out of the final corner. We'll see if he can maybe make up for lost time. Over the line he goes. It's a 1:32.8, still a lot slower than our race leader. 3 laps to go here at the NASCAR layout of the Sonoma circuit. Shifter brings his way to the top of turn number 1 again. And Danish still a very comfortable margin ahead with only a couple of moments left. James 38 still in this race, and just an idea of what's coming up a bit later here on Simraceway. If you're wondering, for the races we've got in this championship, obviously more skill quants coming, so some more densely populated grids with between approximately about 12 to 14 cars. We'll be racing in the 900 to 1100 skill quant a bit later on for our free-to-play championship. Now, I spoke about the vantage point that this has over the other ones a bit earlier on. What this does actually mean is that all of the content that will be used is all available for free. All of the tracks are free, all of the cars are free, which means even if you just go and download the game right now, you can still enter for the next round of the championship and compete with some of Simraceway's finest. So it's a lot at stake here to try and prove yourself. If you're thinking about downloading, there is no better time than to go and do it now. Just go to simraceway.com and get yourself a copy of the game. So all of the cars, as we say, are absolutely free of charge. The tracks are free of charge, and you get yourself some competitive championship racing, as opposed to the past where you have to pay a small fee for the cars between probably $2 and $5, depending on what car you want to add to your garage. And now Danish on his penultimate lap of the race, a 1:32.7 last time by. In contrast, a 1:32.5 from Shifter, but that is just too little too late, isn't it? Lap 7 out of 8, and to be going 1 second faster after all of the troubles that man has overcome today, it's just simply not enough. First a penalty on lap number 1, the spin on lap number 3, and on lap number 7 he finally gets into his groove. And this is why we have skilled quants, so you can learn your racecraft and get your way towards the top of the ladder. There's nothing worse than being new to a game, getting yourself into a competitive session and being absolutely obliterated by your opposition because they've been doing it for years, they're so fast, they're so consistent, you haven't got a chance. This is what Simraceway does well, that if you get into a session you'll be with similarly talented people, whether that's through racecraft or whether that is just through one lap pace, you will be with people of a similar talent level to you, always ensuring some close and competitive racing. Danish about to put, I think, another lap on James 38 there. Obviously, I mean, just had the penalty a lap ago. I think he's went into the final corner now, being very conservative with the line. Obviously, very aware that the race leader is coming up hot behind him. And it should be a clean pass already. James making his intentions clear and moving out of the way for the Dane. We'll see if he will provide to be an issue as they go over the start-finish line. Final lap of the race then, with Danish man 6.132. He's led from pole. It hasn't been easy, bear in mind. You've had a couple of restarts today. Got taken out of the first corner. And then, in the second restart, didn't quite make it to the grid. So it's nice to see that he has overcome. Losing the first position as well into that opening corner. But overtaken on the outside by Shifter. Took it a couple of moments later before losing it once again after Shifter went back into the pit lane to serve a penalty for just running a bit too wide over those yellow curbs. So James move out of the way. That means we've literally got about a minute of racing left for Danish man, and then he's crowned the winner of our first round of the free-to-play championship for 2014. What a confident start it will be as well. So a few more corners left now, and you can already see how well he's eased this car on the back end of the circuit. As we've said, it's just been clean, concise, very, very composed inside the cockpit of the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, and in turn is going to reward him with the best of possible rewards, a race victory in the first round of a new championship. And yes, there may only be 3 drivers, but you go into the latter stages of the season where obviously you're going to experience, you know, higher grids, more densely populated fields and tougher competition. A win can be everything. So Danish now then comes around the final corner for the last time today. It hasn't been easy, but it will reward him with a victory. The first round of the free-to-play championship does go to Danish man 6.132. Very, very convincing drive there by the white Mitsubishi. Second position, and very disappointed will be Shifter. It should have been a lot more. He had the pace to give a lot more, but unfortunately an early penalty and a couple of inconsistencies meant that he sinks to a lonely second position. And James 38 will take the third and final podium spot as one of our oldest members of the community. So that's it from us here from this skill quant. We'll be right back with you in a couple of moments for the next race in your free-to-play championship.
That was a 3-2. That was a 3-2. That was a 3-2.
Hello everybody and welcome back live to your Simraceway free-to-play championship coverage here from Sonoma Raceway. With the SPM team, they got pole position again in qualifying. WTTN M1 starts ahead of Aratius back to Red Mitsubishi in second, Honeyman third, Sierra in fourth as we wait for those 4 red lights to go out. So 10 laps of racing here around Sonoma. Oh, what a big start there from Honeyman, launches himself to the inside. May even challenge for the lead if he's got his line right. Can't quite get it off there. Much bigger field this time compared to race number 1 in the first round of our free-to-play championship. Everyone's swivelling their way up through the very tricky first couple of corners. You can see there Aratius actually challenging Honeyman for second place. Honeyman had a lightning start, took it in the blue Mitsubishi Evo. Now maybe relinquishing it just as soon as he's got the position signed. Almost a bit of contact there. Typical touring car racing. Aratius rejoins the circuit, being, well, nature out of the position there, there's no doubt about it. Very violent indeed, and talking of violent, we've got a couple of spinners at the background. I think it was Babsia that was off, along with pro driver PL, so both drivers there suffering a bit of a knock going out of turn number 4. With Aratius in that red Mitsubishi still very much all over the tail of Honeyman. The race leader not being able to pull away actually as much as he would have liked, representing the SPM team here today. Running the NASCAR out of the circuit then, very, very short right-hander. You don't go down the fullback straight like you would in the full version of the circuit. The drivers now having to very much adapt to that as they make their way towards the end of the first lap of the afternoon. And still very tight at the front of the field. At the back of the field, it's the same story. In the middle of the field though, completely isolated is where Sierra is at the moment. Not a single car around him for a good couple of mile radius, that's for sure. And now Yardstick hits the barrier. Now that's not what he wanted. That was from 8th position for the STEV Mitsubishi. Off he goes. Not the ideal start to this 10-lap race for him. We'll see if he can recover a bit later on. It's still WTTN that leads at the end of the first lap. And Aratius back charging up the inside there, really asserting his authority as they make their way over the start-finish line. Can you get to the outside or no? This is going to be a real test of speed, a test of courage. Going to really try it around the outside of turn number 1. There's no line through there though. Just trying to force something into a hole that simply isn't there. It's only going to end in tears. And the second apex they come, with Honeyman still very much alive in this one. WTTN M1 still remains in the lead as they fly over the first couple of corners in towards the pivotal point of this circuit for the second time today. So just behind them, Jim Hall in 4th, Sierra gaining in 5th. We'll give you a lap update very, very shortly. Bearing in mind, these drivers at the moment giving their absolute 110%. So, at the early stages, Sierra and Jim both looking to insert themselves inside the top 5 for a battle for a podium, but there's so much you can really do. Obviously, when the cars in front of you are dueling away like these ones are, it really does make it easy pickings to get some good lap times in and reel them in. Now, Pro Driver has been penalised for something, so he'll have to serve a drive-through come the end of this lap. We believe that could be the corner cutting again, actually. So, it's the incident with Yardstick, so that was what we saw at the start of the race. He's been penalised for that one, and we'll see himself dive into the pit lane at the end of the next couple of laps. We've got WTTN off, so the race leader's off into the barriers. It's put Honeyman in charge of the race, with Aratius back still right behind him. Opens up to the outside into the final corner. No avail through there. He's going to have to try a lot harder should you want to try and take the lead of this race. Out of the final corner and down the start finish straight. Honeyman leads. Aratius second. Jim Hall third. Sierra fourth. And our race leader, or what was the race leader and now the pole sitter, down to 5th position. Not an ideal start at all for the man who started his race from the front of the grid. So each skill quant group races a different layout of the circuit. This one's slightly longer than the last, so remember, if you think last time a 1:32 was about the average lap, now we're looking between 1:48 to 1:55, depending on the driver and whether any incidents or anything like that. But very, very interesting to see this sort of layout being utilised here by the driver and car pairing in Simraceway. And you know, Sonoma offering quite a lot in each different layout. You've got some more suited to bikes. It's got its kart circuit, the official NASCAR circuit. There's the IndyCar layout as well. All of them will be experimented with here in this championship weekend. Down they go once again. Aratius doing his very best there to push his way through, but very, very narrow apex. Struggle there, that's for sure. There's no two ways about it. To the outside he goes. And being very eager, isn't he? Cuts back underneath after Honeyman goes wide. The red Evo on the inside will be on the outside for the next couple of corners. He should have that move all tied up. Yes, he does. He's only a couple of tenths clear of Honeyman at the moment, though, as they go towards that penultimate chicane again. And the blue Evo perhaps looking to counter. Easy on the brakes there for Arazius, but not easy enough. Honeyman slides back through. The blue Mitsubishi Evo back in the lead of the race, and these two, it's almost like the referee's been knocked out, isn't it, and left these two to fight, because now to the outside again, Arazius comes. He's almost vying on that pit lane line. Now, how close to that pit was he going to get? A bit of a nudge. And you can't help but think that may have been Honeyman's intention, just a gentle push into the pit wall. The friendliest of touches, but with the most evil of consequences. And now Arazius to the outside again, down the pit straight to start their fourth encounter of the Sonoma circuit. Through turn number one, the two leaders still hammer and tong at the moment. Just behind them, it's Jim Hall in third. Fourth place is WTTNN. Fifth is Babsia. Sixth place is Sierra 28. Seventh is Yardstick. Eighth is Pro Driver. And that rounds out your field for the moment. So still the attrition rate very, very low at the moment. So not a single retirement. Don't again want to put a jinx on it, but just as I've said that, Arazius' back's gone off. So down to fourth place for the man that was challenging for the lead. It's F Honeyman all out on his own now. He's got a car in sight. Jim Hall, the nearest to him, he's about 3.4 seconds away, so not ideal there for Jim Hall in the grey Mitsubishi. So it's the blue one of Honeyman that's just been left all out on his own now to ride off into the sunset like some sort of Wild West movie. Here's the hero. He's still being trailed by Jim Hall, and now WTTNN1. Bear in mind, this is the driver we saw actually in the wall a couple of laps ago. He's now up into third position. So WTTNN1, third place at the moment. What a start this is by the man who's started on pole position, an hour into the first couple of laps, and now trying to race to recovery. Now we've got a drive through for Honeyman. If that doesn't get removed, that blue Mitsubishi Evo will surrender the lead and promote WTTNN1 into second, or it could be even worse. Now we've got some almighty scraps going on there. Arazius is now second, WTTNN third. Now Babsia has had a bit of an off, though, I think, in fourth to let these two through. And the white Evo and the red dueling now over third position. So the front three at the end of lap number 4, as Honeyman comes in, has been completely changed. The blue Evo makes its way down the pit lane for a drive-through. Arazius now leads in the red Evo. Honeyman is now going to try and take that from him. So over the line they go. Arazius, WTTNN1, Babsia, Jim Hall. Honeyman comes out. Now where will he feed back out onto the circuit? This is crucial for the remainder of his race. We're approaching half race distance. I want to put two wheels over those yellow lines. So the penalty was for the incident with Arazius. Now why the red Evo fell back through the field so quickly, and simply answered by that drive-through penalty there. Front of the field though, it is still Arazius that's back in the lead, so sweet retribution for him. 1 minute he's been shunted off the race circuit, the next minute he's back in the lead of the race with the pole sitter tucked up right behind him. So we'll see what WTTNN's pace is like as they make their way towards the end of the circuit for the 5th time today. So halfway through the race, and these drivers now maybe starting to get a little fatigued. Obviously maybe don't want to burn themselves out too early on. You've got brakes and tyres to think about. Last thing you want to do is actually nurse the car home. You need to be going for those big points in the early round of the championship. Babsia, who's had a very splendid drive so far, hasn't he? Up to 3rd position so far, just capitalising on every opportunity given to him. Many drivers falling down the order for various reasons, some penalties, some because of contact. He's now got himself into the podium, so very good, strong start there for Babsia as Jim Hall goes off. Almost collecting the barriers there, very dodgy place to rejoin onto the circuit. Another lap is being completed then, so Arazius still leads at the halfway point with WTTNN in 2nd, Babsia in 3rd, Sierra now up to 4th with Jim Hall in 5th place. Honeyman as low as 6th, so he's come out of the pit lane in 6th position after that drive-through penalty. Not ideal for the blue Evo. We'll see if it can maybe catch Jim Hall. Obviously we know it's quick. Qualified in 3rd position, got himself into the lead of the race in the early stages, but couldn't quite get it to go in the end. And now actually got Jim Hall off there. Honeyman goes right round the outside. Lucky to avoid contact there, but Jim Hall, I think that's off at turn number 2. So yellow flags will be out there as the red car behind there of STEV Yardstick. Obviously team rivals of SPM. Make their way up through turn number 3. And now Yardstick's off again, so into the gravel goes STEV Yardstick. And just as he was making a bit of progress, he finds himself now vying towards the end of the field. Pro Driver's there in 7th. 6th is now Jim Hall after being overtaken, bear in mind. The two leaders now separated by approximately 1.8 seconds. Into the chicane again in WTTN M1. Looking maybe a little bit closer than he was before to the back of Erasius. He's running out of time to do it. They will have 4 more laps come the end of next lap. Which means these drivers are really going to try and figure something out. Maybe just think a little bit outside the box to get that move completed. The question is, how much do you want to risk in the early round of the championship? Obviously, every driver wants to score as many points as they possibly can to avoid that late scramble at the end of the season. There's nothing worse than putting all that pressure on yourself, having to score points so desperately to keep your championship hopes alive. Get the early points in and ease off towards the end. These drivers need these big, strong results. Of course, it's only a 4-round championship, so the last thing you want to be doing really is making yourself vulnerable to a late charge. Babsy now 13 seconds away from these drivers. Sierra tucked up away behind him, another 3 seconds back. Then it's Hanuman, the 147.112, so he is making progress. It could still be too little, a little too late. Jim Hall's P6, Pro Driver 7th, and actually pushing onto the back of the recovering Grey Evo, the one, of course, had the error earlier on. He's actually had a bit of a moment there, isn't he? And I think that may just punish Jim Hall. As I think round the outside to try and Pro Driver, but not round the outside of there. That's only going to end in a closed door. And Jim Hall now really scrambling for position, isn't he? Because that could have ended drastically bad. Bear in mind, Yardstick right behind him as well. The popcorn is out. He's got a great view of this battle in the closing stages of the race. A bit further forward, the two race leaders battling once again. So Erasius is still in charge in the red Evo at the moment. The white of WTTN M1 is still very much a factor though. Been trailing him all afternoon, and one of the long-time racers here at Simraceway. He knows this circuit, he knows the car inside out. If there's any man that's going to take the lead, it will be him, especially if Erasius is going wide like that. He cannot keep making silly errors going out of the final corner. 3 laps to go here at Sonoma. Lap 8 out of 10. Up turn 1 again, and now WTTN M1 looking particularly handy as they're going towards the right-hander. There's going to be some aggressive defending now from Erasius to keep that car alive. Babsy is in 3rd, Sierra is in 4th. 5th place is Honeyman. 6th still Yardstick, and he's actually fallen back quite a lot. With Jim Hall down to 7th now, so it's been a race of mixed emotions there for Jim Hall. He's been as high as 5th, as low as 7th. Not really had too much in the way of consistency this race, which is no way a driver wants to start a championship bid. A bit further forward, looking at that lead battle once again. Taking a look on board there at WTTN M1 and looking at what he's trying to maybe articulate here, with Erasius still very much under pressure up the inside. It's still a blind apex as you go into it, and Erasius goes wide. WTTN and tries to cut, but he can't risk a penalty through there. Through into the chicane again, and that red Evo all over the place. Now it's looking like he's maybe a dream driver behind the wheel. Can't decide what line he wants to be on in whatever university he's trying to drive on. WTTN M1 really now having to apply the pressure. He knows he's got inside the mindset of Erasius, just giving him the body punches and hope he makes that one big opening so he can apply the knockout into the final corner to start the penultimate lap. And Erasius is darting across lines, trying to maybe just defend a little bit harder each time, make sure that there's no possible way for WTTN M1 to get through. In towards turn number 1, Still Arasius leads a bit further back. Babsia and Sierra now side by side. Sierra trying to get that red Evo pod on the inside. Watch the inside pit barrier. Drag race into the first corner then. It's really a test of nerve through here. Bit of contact, but Babsia proving his worth. Holding on to third place in his debut. It's been a very strong race here for Babsia. Honeyman keeps his car very well placed in fourth. Sierra now joins them in fifth position. It's been very strong so far for all three of these drivers. They're just going to keep their nerve now for the final stint. The clutch, of course, where so many different things can happen. And Sierra's gone off there. That's definitely one of the things that could happen. Honeyman still trying to recover. Bear in mind, had the drive-through penalty earlier on, so has done well to get himself into fourth. But Babsia has just driven absolutely fantastically here this afternoon. Question is, will it be a deserved driver on top of the podium or no? Into the chicane for the penultimate time, and it's still back that leads with WTTNN trying to press on, and back is flinging that car around absolutely ruthless as he makes his way towards the back end of the circuit again, with WTTNN1 being that lingering threat in the distance. Into the final corner, just 1 more minute to go. And now out of the final corner to start their final endeavour of the Sonoma circuit then. So at the end of lap number 9, Arasius still leads, WTTN in second, third place is Babsia, fourth place is Honeyman, but still pushing, trying to get to the inside there. And it turns out this actually the term the term Babsia actually means grandma, so very, very respectable name there. So it's the Polish translation for the word grandma, so you can see there what the meaning behind the username is. So very, very nice to see that sort of sentiment being placed here in Simraceway. Babsia keeps his head strong as they make their way through turn number 2 again. But the question is, will that spirit be with him today, or is Honeyman going to force him into an error? We'll find out. WTTN definitely trying to force into an error at the moment. It's gone a bit wide there at a race. Yes, the wheels on the grass. The leader's off completely, and WTTN takes the lead of the race. All of that pressure for the last 15 minutes or so has finally paid off. WTTN1 has taken the lead of the race in the final stages. He's only got a couple more corners to go, and Arasius now is going to feel absolutely devastated. The tiniest of errors has the most dividend of consequences. Honeyman is in third place after overtaking Sierra. Fourth place is now, as we say, Sierra 28. Fifth place is Yardstick. Babsia down to sixth after an error. So, as we say, that late moment there really transforming a driver's race. We take a look at what's going on at the front of the field, because out of the final corner is coming WTTN1 at the moment. He's being traced though by Arasius back. It could come down to a run to the line. He can't get the red Evo out in time. And it's going to be WTTN1 that fights for a victory. And what a win it is. Explosive win in the first round of the free-to-play championship. Arasius back takes a disappointing second. He can take pride in there and he's on the podium, but he would have much rather been on the top step. Honeyman, what a drive to recovery that was as low as 6th after that drive-through penalty earlier on. Comes through and finishes in third position. Fourth is Sierra 28. Fifth is Yardstick. Sixth place is Pro Driver as they make their way over the start-finish line. Babsia as low as 7. That's a shame. He was fighting for a podium a lap ago. Now down to 7th position. 8th place is Jim Hall. And that rounds out your field to 100% finishers. We'll be right back with you for the next round of the free-to-play championship.
Congratulations, you won. That was a 4, 3, 2, 1. Point. Congratulations, you won. Green flag, hit it. Oh, magic. That was a 4, 3, 2, 1. Point. Congratulations, you won.
Hello everybody and welcome back live to your Simraceway free-to-play championship for 2014. We're here for the 700 to 900 B race and they run the Sonoma short version of the circuit. We've got 1 second to go until the light go green then. So Firefall starts on pole position. Zhuzhen starts directly alongside him in second. It's Frostbeast 02 in third with a bad start there, and you can see there the red of MX Life charged to life actually as they charge into the first corner for the opening time today. It's been a big start there by Frostbeast and MX's Life, both of them making some big ground over their opposition. We've got a spinner in the backfield, in fact quite a lot. I think we might get a restart. It wouldn't surprise me if we did. But no, the drivers keep going, so surprisingly enough there's a lot of contact, but all the drivers deciding to race on and keep it going. So 13 laps of racing underway, no restarts on Frostbeast, so without that rear wing really struggling now. One of the drivers who was caught up in that lap number 1 incident, and evidently because of that you can already see the damage it it's caused to the rear end of the car. It's very difficult to control, that's for sure. So now make their way down in towards the next couple of corners. Feels still relatively close together at the moment though. Everyone vying for some big track position. They don't want to risk anything too much early on this 13-lap race. Maybe actually going a bit wide there in 9th, down to 11th now after going a bit too wide there, I think, to say the least. Firefall still leads though, with Yushin still behind him in 2nd. Nitch Radonna up to 3rd, so a big start there for the debutant here today, Nitch Radonna, in this new skill comp. Nitro is in 4th, 5th place Arazi is back, 5th place Frost Beast 0-2 with Andy Bob chasing him. We'll see if Andy can maybe put a pass him on the inside. Bear in mind this car does not have a rear wing, so this should be a bit easier to do, but Frost Beast not pitting in, which is interestingly enough. Not deciding to pit in at the end of the first lap. So maybe just trying to drive the car as it is. You feel like he doesn't actually lose that much time, but what's happening on track would say otherwise. There's a long line of cars all directly behind this man, trying to make their way past, Andy Bob being the first in line of them as we start the 2nd lap out of 13 here in the 700 to 900 skill comp race. And at the top there, Frost Beast just goes a bit wide. Andy Bob still looking to maybe put a move on him. Will he be able to get to the inside or no? The answer's not quite yet. WTTN hold on, almost there. And the man who won the last race is now competing in the A race of the skill comp, so that's always good to see, earning a spot in the next race. Frostbeast 02 becomes our first retirement of the afternoon. We'll watch the rest of this one from the garage, unfortunately, but still Firefall leads at the moment with the rest of the drivers still scrambling for position, especially there. MX is live trying to attack Kobayashi. We get to the inside, the answer is not quite yet, despite some very fine efforts indeed to make their way towards that very tight right-hander, the blinded right-hander of course. Now Kobayashi side by side again now with MX's life, and MX now down to 11th if he can't get that position back, and he can't. The black Mitsubishi Evo has fallen down the field quite quickly here today. Not been ideal for him whatsoever. So over the line again, lap number 3 has just got underway. You can see there just behind Nitro Donny, you've got Rob Nitro with the headlights on, maybe just trying to psych out his opponent. You wouldn't blame him at all, would you? It's a very sneaky manoeuvre that a lot of drivers try. Sometimes it pays off, other times it doesn't pay off so much. He'll definitely be looking to make the most of it here today in the free-to-play championship. As we say, the unique selling point of this one, it's in the title, it's absolutely free of charge to play. So the drivers all been split into skill comps as well, the 900 to 1000 coming up next for you with A race, and they will get a 16-lap race for their feature of the day. And of course, over 40 overall drivers competing in this championship makes it very popular around the community. It's easy to see that as the drivers all settle down now and look to make their race a successful one. 13 laps for these drivers at the moment. Rob Nitro doing the best he can. Arazi is back there in 5th, also coming up from the previous race. And a man who arguably should have won, but that slight error on the final lap cost him dearly. He led the majority of the race up until that point as well, and that was a real shame. He gave his 110%, kept the opponent at bay all race long. In the end, just wasn't enough. Now into the final corner, Firefall comes out of it with Yushin behind in 2nd, Nitrodon 3rd, Rob Nitro 4th, Arazi is back in 5th, Andy Bob in 6th. They come towards the end of another lap then, so still quite a long way to go. Firefall still out of Yushin with Nitro, and then, as we say, just behind him, Arazi, and all the real action going on just behind these guys. You've got Kobayashi, Kolijieko is making his debut there in 11th place at the moment. Behind him is MX's Life, with Lashias at the back of the order in 13th at the moment. Our one retirement still is Frostbeast 02, but Lashias still keeping his eye on what's going on a bit further ahead. You've got Kobayashi, WTTN M1 and Master Rocco. All of those drivers fighting for position at the moment. And now they sink down. WTTN just trying to keep his composure as up the inside tries Kobayashi, and he just hasn't been the impressive that he's needed to be. He hasn't really got that momentum, that spark, the flair that's needed to make a pass here at Sonoma, especially on the short version of the circuit at least. And now Firefall still leads with Alex Eugen in second, Nitrodonna in third. Fourth place Rob Nitro. Firefall has, as we say, done a very, very sturdy job. Eugen 2.5 seconds behind. And what exactly is going on? Firefall over the line. Here we go, starts at number 5 at 145.8. Second now is Alex Eugen. Third place is Nitrodonna. Fourth place, Rob Nitro. Fifth place Arazi is back. Sixth place Andy Bob. And Jim, and over the line still, the rest of the drivers come all very much bunched together in that midfield. Let's see what WTTNN has got. Not enough at the moment, but still, I mean, it's got to be full praises sung to Arazi's back. Yes, he could have won the first race and only finished second, but to come in to this sort of event and maintain that kind of composure is absolutely brilliant. The skill point above as well, obviously the competition a little bit stiffer. It's very difficult to get kind of settled down on this. You're always on edge, you never know where the next assault's coming from. You're very much aware that the majority of drivers have had more experience or maybe slightly quicker than you, and that's always going to be a factor. You have to try and see past that and see what you can do. Gets through the chicane, they go. Look at that Firefall leads Eugen from Nitrodonna from Rob Nitro. Behind is Arazi, Andy Bob, Jim Wally, Master Rocco, WTTNN to the inside. That should be a pass. Can't quite get it off just yet, but he's doing his absolute best. It's an absolute gaggle through the chicane. The four cars all remain side by side as they make their way towards the final corner. Now that is a scrap among some of the scrappiest of racing possible. Absolutely nose to tail through there. Is there going to be contact? Yeah, that was always going to happen, I think, wasn't it? Two cars spin around, or three in fact. Master Rocco and Kolodziejko being the two main victims of being barraged into almost there, or maybe being the barrage themselves. But they go out of the final corner. The pack's still very much alive. We're lap 6 of 13 now. Kobayashi still maintains his cool at the moment. And Max's Live tries to sneak up the inside. It's on the outside for the next corner, and as impressive as that move would be, you just can't really see that one paying off, can you? Just behind Kobe, and then Lashias as well. So Lashias has now moved up into 10th position, so he is moving on very nicely indeed. Still got a lot of work to go though before he makes his way towards those big points paying positions, especially this stage in the championship. There's a long way to go before we consider this an impressive drive. Almost at the inside of Kobayashi there. WTTNN is trying to really get stifled now at the inside, almost of Lashias, and the race winner from the B-rate a few moments ago just got a little bit too hot for his head there, cuts the corner, there's Lashias, and he gets down to 11th, promoting WTTNN up into 9th position. So about halfway through the race then, as the drivers come towards the end of lap number 6, so we start our 7th encounter of the circuit. It's still Firefall that leads after what was a very impressive pole position. Now let's just see what these drivers are made of then towards the second half of this race. They've driven very impressively in the first, and what makes this championship so special, other than it being free to play, is that the Evo being used. I mean, as we said in the GT Giants Championship, for those of you who watched, the Mitsubishi Evo has seen some of the best racing around Simraceway. I mean, from the Sunday race loss right up until the Mitsubishi Championship earlier this year in February, I believe, it has seen some of the most breathtaking touring car racing in not just Simraceway, but all of sim racing. From your other simulations, so its competitors like iRacing or R-Factor, you do not get closer than your Simraceway and Mitsubishi Evos. It is absolutely fantastic how close these guys allow each other to get together, as off goes Lashias again. So that wasn't intended, I'm sure. Carlos Giacco makes his way through back up into 11th place as a debutant, with MX Life following him through now in 12th. 10th Master Rocco, 9th WTTN M1, 8th Kobayashi, 7th Jim Wally, 6th Andy Bob, Arazius is in 5th, Rob Nitro's in 4th, Judon is 3rd, 2nd is Yujin, and Firefall leads the race at the end of lap number 7. So 7 laps down, still got quite a long way to go in this one. Still a lot to be decided as well. This one absolutely far, far from over. So still Firefall with a pretty commanding lead over Jusian at the moment. Those 3.1 seconds away. Madonna still there in 3rd position. 4th place Rob Nitro. 5th place is Arazius back. Sixth is Andy Bob. 7th Jim Wally. 8th place Kobayashi. 9th WTTN. After still an impressive drive so far. It'd be great to see if he could actually pass Kobayashi though. Still no guarantee that he'll be able to do that, but he has looked pretty content at the moment out there, isn't he? Pretty calm behind the wheel, with the rest of the drivers behind all taking relative knocks or maybe spins on the circuit. Obviously Lashias being the last of them. And towards the midfield, the action still settling down a little at the front, perhaps heating up. Jujin trying to attack Firefall. We'll see what the lap times are at the end of lap number 8 in just a few moments time to see just how close Jujin is to his competitor. Well, I think the race leader's just got this maybe all wrapped up at the moment. Let's wait and see. So Firefall makes his way down the straight. And what sort of benchmark lap time is this going to be in comparison to what could be done by Jujin? Over the line at 1:45.2. And yeah, 1:46.3 with Jujin there. So the man in second really losing time. In fact, everyone else is around 1:46s or 1:45.2 there for Firefall. It's easily been the fastest of the day so far. Now, if I wasn't mistaken, I think I almost saw a bit of a pass maybe mounting there. But I think it was may have been between the two red cars of Arazius and Andy Bob. Arazius still defending his 5th position from Andy at the moment. Arazius, to be say, he got quite an impressive race last time until that unfortunate crash. Until then, though, he was absolutely unstoppable out front, holding WTTN M1 until the final lap. Just a slight mistake cost him so dearly. So how will these drivers fare on lap number 9? The answer is quite well at the moment. As we say, everyone's just taking their time. It's MX's Life makes his way out of the pit lane, so a penalty for MX's Life. Obviously not what I envisioned a few laps ago, I'm pretty sure. He would have loved something maybe a little bit more sturdy towards the front end of the field. And he had a very good start as well, didn't he? Launching himself well into the top half of the field, and it all fell apart for him very quickly. Really didn't want to see that this race at all. We know what that man's capable of. And it's just a shame that he just slipped down the order maybe a little quicker than he would have liked. So another lap down for Firefall, a 1:45.8, a 1:46.2 from Zhuzhen. That is how quickly our race leader is lapping at the moment. He's almost a second quicker than any other driver on the circuit. He's absolutely flying. The gap was 3.8 at the end of last lap, but it's now up in towards 6 and 7 seconds. So been brilliant this race so far, absolutely brilliant. Really convert it into a victory though. Still, as we say, quite a lot to be decided. I mean, the slightest error we've already seen can cost someone so dearly. Saw that, of course, with the races back at the 700 to 900B race a few moments ago. We hope to not see a repeat here today. Firefall driving a much cleaner race without the pressures of an oncoming opponent challenging. Maybe actually still trying to overtake Jim Wally. Got to be careful that WTTN M1 doesn't make the pass on him either. They shoot their way down, so MX wasn't penalised then. Just an update, we saw MX's life going out of the pit lane. That wasn't a penalty, that was actually a fuel stop. So, or something along the lines, or he's coming early for some reason. He wasn't scheduled to come into the pit lane. Just received information from our in-game race administrator. Very interesting stuff there, so we'll see how that carries over into the race. Obviously he was looking to really make an impact here today and hasn't done so, so we'll be relatively annoyed as they go into the chicane again. Kobayashi still stuck behind Jim Wally at the moment. And now will WTTN1 maybe try and this out of all doubt. He's chasing down Kobayashi at this stage, but with only 3 laps to go now, he's going to try and make a go of it. Gets to the inside, runs out of drive, runs out of room, and Kobayashi should be able to keep his blue Mitsubishi Evo in 8th place for just a little bit longer. So up in towards turn 2, and now WTTN is perhaps looking the handiest of those 3 drivers in that train, as Jim Wally says, "Thank you very much, boys," and off into the race as he goes. He's only got a few more laps to guide home. It shouldn't be too much of an issue for him to come home in that position. He's done very well to keep his car there at the moment. Just a few more laps, and in the end with a very, very good, incredible reward of finishing in 7th position. It can still all be taken from him there. Kobayashi looks pretty handy. Just behind them you've got WTTN, Master Rocco and Kolajeko. Of course, Kolajeko's still looking to try and rectify what went wrong earlier. WTTN is looking for a little bit of retribution, and Kobayashi just wants a good result, as does Jim Wally. 2 very experienced drivers here in Simraceway. Into the chicane again, and now Jim Wally just maybe trying to drive a bit more defensively, bearing in mind that it's not just 2 drivers anymore. Master Rocco and Kolajeko are following him all the way to the end. Penultimate lap of the race underway for Firefall. Zhuzhen follows in 2nd. Third place Nitrodonna as well, still looking to maybe put this one out of all doubt. So the race coming to a close very rapidly here, and look at that train of cars now. You've got Jim Wally, Kobayashi, WTTN1, Master Rocco and Kolajeko all together as they circulate their way through, almost like they're connected by a bit of string, isn't it? All in unison, all in sync. And a bit further forward you've got those 2 ready voter Varasius back defending from Andy Bob for the final top 5 position, and Jim Wally spins and he collects Kobayashi. Both cars are into the gravel. They rejoin. Will they collect anyone else? The answer is no. And what a moment that was indeed. Kobayashi now struggling to hold on to 9th. Kolajeko trying to get himself through. Indeed he does. I'm not sure if there will be any repercussions to either of those drivers, but they both went out. Jim Wally, they're down to 11th position now. Kolajeko says thanks very much. Goes up into 9th. Master Rocco now fighting with WTTN all alone over that 7th position spot, trying to go around the outside of the hairpin there, and he just unfortunately could not get it to go, could he? WTTN is looking ferocious in 7th. He's got to do a lot more than just look it. He has to be ferocious if he wants to defend from Master Rocco into the final few moments of this race. We've got about 2 more minutes left of racing to go here before we head into the final skill quad. 2 more races coming up for you after this then. So about another hour's worth of racing. It should really be a sensational closing to the event. So WTTNN round to final corner, just ahead of Master Rocco at the moment. Jacko just behind in 9th now. Yeah, we believe there's no penalty coming for the Kobayashi and Jim incident because it's been classed as a racing incident. So there's 2 drivers, Jim Wally spun, bit of a knot. There was no malicious intent behind it. There's no one that should be penalised. Purely a racing incident, and both drivers now left to their own devices to try and bring their cars home towards the end of this race and make it a successful one at that, or at least a slightly better result than they planned. So firefall from Zuzan, from Nitrodonna, from Rob Nitro, then Erasius at the moment. Of course, this could all change towards the back end of the field. Remember, going into the next round as well of the championship, these drivers will not be running the short layout of the Sonoma circuit. They'll be running the World Touring Car Championship layout. So whatever skill quad you're in, you use a different layout of the Sonoma circuit, something that makes it so very special compared to the other championships. But out of the final corner, something equally as special. Firefall led from pole, led all 13 laps, fastest lap, and he's going to make it the complete treble. He takes the win as well. Over the line now, and he wins the first round of your Simraceway free-to-play championship in this skill quad. Zuzan takes 2nd, 3rd place is going to be Nitrodonna, 4th Rob Nitro, 5th will be Erasius Bag, who does very, very well to finish not only in the top 5, but to keep to keep that man behind him at bay as both Red Evos go across the line. He's done a very good job there to keep Andy Bob behind. WTTNN just about keeps his home clear in 7th. A good run by both drivers who were promoted from the B race. So WTTNN in 7th, 8th Master Rocco, 9th Paul Giacco, 10th Kobayashi, 11th Jim Wally, 12th Lashias, 13th MX is Life, and 14th and out of the race Frost Beatstone 2. We head over to the World Touring Car Championship layout very shortly. We'll be right back with you to call all of the action here from Sonoma.
That was a was a 3-2.
So we're into the final skill quant of the night then. After a very close qualifying session, it was Segadila who topped the 900 to 1100 skill quant, 13 laps of the World Touring Car Championship layout of Sonoma. A green flag, a big start there by Sega, the pole sitter. Raceway on the outside. Tomcat trying to maybe push him through as well. You've got Superbar there in 4th, Evil Knievel in 5th place. 6th place Noddy Racer, 7th in Ganj. And then look at us, all the other drivers behind desperately trying to push their way through the opening couple of corners. Watch out to see if there's any contact. Actually, surprisingly clean, very well there by all the drivers. To make their way up into towards the first couple of very tricky apexes, now into the first tight one, into that hairpin. Are they all going to make it out alive? Let's find out. Now Segadila has done such a good job at retaining the lead so far. The rest of the drivers pummeling around trying to find a way through, and Noddy Racer's almost gone wide. Somehow kept it on circuit. Suzuki LJ50 there as well. And now they're working their way in towards now, go right down the back end of the circuit. Of course, the WTCC layout means you don't turn right there, you run the back end of the circuit all the way to that straight. And now you look behind them as well, you've got Darek. SPM Poco making, well, Popo making his first ever debut here in the World Touring Car, well, the free-to-play championship. And bearing in mind, you look at just how well these drivers perform on TV occasions. This is no practice session, this is a full championship race. Darek runs a bit wide through there, and Kruger through. Almost 3 while going into the chicane. That's going to be a mess indeed, isn't it? Bolinas does his best to hold on. Almost uses the back end. The 2 SPM teammates don't want to hit each other. In fact, that's the last thing they want to do. So make their way now going towards that final hairpin for the end of the first lap then. 13 lap race this one. Let's see what Nye Raceway is capable of. He's currently P3 at the moment. Seems to have improved drastically over recent weeks, but this being the first round of a championship could be a new era just to see how he performs under the spotlights. Superbar trying to keep him at bay at the moment. He's got a couple of other drivers looking to maybe put him behind as well. Tomcat P4 and Garn sits behind in 5th. A couple of side-by-side drivers there. Arrows works after being pushed down the order. Darek down in 12th position at the end of the first lap. So still another 12 to go as Garn takes a more scenic route over the circuit there and finds himself on the gravel. And now then, let's just see what each driver can make of this scenario then. Some have had good starts, some have had absolute mares at the start of this race. The 2 blue Lancers, there you can see Tomcat and Nye Raceway putting real pressure on the man in second, Superbar, at the moment. Let's just see what Superbar is made of in terms of defending. That's the corner where we saw Erasius lose it 2 races ago. No such luck there for that Red Evo, but Nye Raceway definitely looking dangerous in the slipstream. Making their way now down that straightaway, and you can just see behind them there Suzuki and Ganj, Noddy, Evil Knievel, Bolinas, Krauger, Araswerts and Popo all still relatively close together. The only 2 that are really apart are Darek and A Costa, and those 2 red Evos almost side by side for a moment or 2. A bit further upfield, everyone else has sort of kept their heads clear at the moment. Segadila coming towards the end of lap number 2 after storming away from the field. He's now 8 seconds clear of Superbar in second. Nye Raceway currently finds himself in 3rd place. 4th is Tomcat 458. 5th is Suzuki LJ15, Garge 6th, Noddy 7th, Evil Knievel in 8th, Bolinas 9th, Kruger 10th, Harrisworks in 11th, 12th is Popo, 13th, A Costa as we come towards the end, as we say, of lap number 2 of 13 here. And still we've got the pinnacle of racing to come. One more race after this one, 16 laps in length. Another 3 added onto the total as Noddy tries to get himself up the inside, but no avail through there, and Garge does a very respectable job of keeping him at bay. So another lap down, we start lap number 3 of 13 then. And it's still Segadila that leads, with Superbar in 2nd, Raceway in 3rd, Tomcat still there behind them in 4th. That trio of grey Lancers all looking very, very dangerous indeed in this. The early stages of the race, there's still quite a lot of action that could happen, quite a lot that could change. We've seen that many, many times. It's not over until that checkered flag flies. And I'm sure it's going to be the case here in this, the first round of your Sim Raceway free-to-play championship. If you've got any inquiries about the game or want to get involved, head over to simraceway.com. All of our information in the description. So twitter.com/simraceway or facebook.com/simraceway as well. Alternatively, go onto the website simraceway.com, and of course you've got a live web chat there with all of the racers that you've seen tonight, or race administrators. So if you've got any questions, they'll be the best people to ask. Now Tomcat tries to get to the inside of Superbar to no avail. He's already lost the position to Raceway. So the Blue Evo now finds himself in 2nd place. Superbar chasing in 3rd. He gets a bit of a tap, gets spun around, and he's being pushed as well. Gets hit Suzuki, hits Engange. Flurry of cars all flying past him. He's now down to 6th position, which is not what he wanted at all there. No way now going towards a chicane. Tomcat's still there in P5, trying to maybe recuperate after what's been an unfortunate championship last time out for him. He's looking for a much stronger effort in this 4-week spree. Time will tell if he can pull it off or no, however. He's still got Engange in 4th. We've still got Tomcat just behind them in 5th. Superbar 6th. Evil 7th. Noddy in 8th. Williams 9th. Kruger in 10th. The 2 SPM drivers, Harrisworks and Popo, in 11th and 12th. But Segadila over the line then to start lap number 4 of 13. Still leads, and by quite some margin. 12 seconds clear now. Taking a look at the lap times last time by, it seemed that easily Segadila was the fastest man on the circuit. Raceway being obviously in 2nd position. Suzuki wasn't too bad. Superbar had a good lap, but that's not a good effort through there. Evil Knievel looking to maybe punish him for that error. We say the same corner which we saw Erasius go wild at last time by. Evil Knievel maybe looking to try and move himself up into 4th position. We'll see what he's capable of. Superbar right now is having to defend for his life. He's already dropped down a lot further than he would have liked. Over that apex, very dodgy line to run indeed. Can he sink to the inside now? Runs a bit too deep, almost lost control of the car. Very good car control, but he shouldn't be having to utilise that skill just yet, not this early on during the race. That's something for when you're really pushing for your life and really want to get that next position like it's life or death. It's Tomcat just behind. Noddy Racer sits in 7th as well. Bolinas in 8th. Right, then Garge, Kruger 10th, Harrisworks 11th, Popo's in 12th. And now down into the hairpin again. Segadila makes his way out to the final corner to complete lap number 4. Let's just take a look at this lap time in comparison to what the other drivers around him will be completing. I can tell one thing, it's going to be a lot quicker. A 158.2 there. Here is what Raceway is doing in retaliation. It is a 158.26, 158.3 for Suzuki. The rest of the drivers then obviously naturally going slower the more you progress down the field. Up the inside goes Bolinas to Engange. Up the inside of turn number 1. Still wheel to wheel there. And there could be a bit of contact, but no, Bolinas makes the pass stick. So Engange, in fact, in danger of losing another position to Kruger if he's not careful. Make their way up in towards the hammerhead point of the circuit once again, flopping over the bend. Just a moment of weightlessness as you go through it on the car. You get the same feeling you as he goes through the same corner that Segadila went through just a moment ago. The same one where Raceway is about to make his way through now. Over that crest, the car goes completely weightless in the air. You've got no control over it. If you approach it wrong, it's going to punish you dearly. Superbar finding that out again. He's allowed Evil Knievel at the inside, who all thinks this is the Drift Championship. Tomcat demonstrating exactly what we mean there. He goes completely wide in 8th position. 9th there is Nganj. 10th, still Kruger, and trying to pass Nganj at the moment. He's definitely close enough, but whether he's got the confidence to make a move into that corner is another issue entirely, and an issue we won't yet find a resolution to. He still stays in 10th position with Arrowsworks looking dangerously feisty just behind in that black Mitsubishi Evo. So approaching the halfway stage of the race in just a couple of laps, and Segadila makes his way over the chicane again, still 6 seconds clear. Absolutely flying at the moment. There's no way that this man is taking any prisoners. He's just rinsing everyone else on the field, sparing a thought for their pace. He wants to win this race, he wants to dominate this race, and that is exactly what he's aiming to do here. And on the final turn, looking very cool, very calm inside the cockpit. Raceway just behind, LJ50 in 3rd. Evil Knievel still behind Superbar, been unable to pass him as of yet. In now 10 minutes raced, it's looking like there could still be a chance for Evil Knievel to maybe make the move stick. A 158.1 for Evil, a 158.3 for Superbar, so he does have the pace. Whether or not he can make the move through and consistently good is another issue. Over the curbs again he goes. He's got to be very careful through there, knowing that the race admins are clamping down very hard on corner cutting. The last thing you want to do is just run wide to gain the slightest momentum boost on your opponent and then find yourself suffering a drive-through penalty for instance, which really could have been avoided. Down into the hairpin again, and very sideways there goes the red Mitsubishi Evo Superbar. Evil Knievel almost follows suit. We've got a drive-through penalty for Nganj. It gets revoked straight away. So obviously, only a bit of an error there as Tomcat goes wide and Arrowsworks tries to get himself on the outside of turn number 6. That's only really going to end in tears if he tries it through there. In fact, he almost loses a position to his teammate Popo. So we talk about inter-team rivalries a lot. This could definitely be one of them. Both drivers now only separated by about 9/10 of a second. The last thing they wanted to take each other out is Evil Knievel under pressure there from Noddy Racer, who can't quite get the move to stick despite some very, very gallant efforts indeed. Now make their way through the S's down into towards the chicane for the 6th time today. Noddy looking very cool, calm and collected, trying to chase down Evil Knievel. It's kind of the hunter becoming the hunted. Noddy makes a mistake, and I'm not too sure what Evil Knievel was planning there, but Noddy goes right to the outside, and he's gone way too deep into the chicane, sweeps across, loses control of the car, almost finds himself in a barrier. He's done very well to keep it out, but that should not have been a scenario he finds himself in the first place. A 7th position at the moment as we come towards the end of lap number 6. That complete and side by side over the line. There go Noddy and Nganj, are two great Mitsubishis pushing each other to the limits, and Nganj almost track limits there as he put 2 wheels onside the sandy side of the circuit, and that's exactly why you don't do that, because he's lost control of the car again there. Arrowsworks does his best to make his way through. Costa can't quite do it. Tomcat struggles as well. In 12th position, doing the very best he can to make the most of this as they all bunch up now because of the consequent errors. Arrowsworks trying to get to the inside, still unable to make anything of it just yet. Watch out for Costa though. Very experienced now, as a newcomer a couple of months ago, and has since stamped his authority all over this skill quant, becoming a very, very threatening driver indeed. He is capable of some big manoeuvres. He's had some great results here in the past, and this could be one of the cars that just simply suit his driving style better than the Open Wheelers or the World Touring Car Championship we scored just a few weeks ago. Segadila still 7.8 seconds clear of Raceway at the moment, as we are well over halfway into this race now. So about another 13 minutes or so, I'd say, of racing for these drivers. So it's important for them now to just settle down into that rhythm. You've had the opening burst of speed. Now be conservative for a few laps and then save all that momentum, all of that thought process for just that final few laps of burst, just to try and see if you can maybe boost yourself up further upfield than you perhaps first thought was possible, or if any opportunities open up due to drivers maybe crashing or going a bit wide. Just wait and see what happens. Over the line again comes Segadila then, so lap number 7 complete. Let's see what his lap time is going to be. And it's very close to the pit wall indeed. We've got a bit of side-by-side action now, it look like anyway, with Noddy and Bolinas. Noddy goes a bit wide. We've got Acosta going extremely wide there, trying to overtake Works and almost, in fact, relinquishing a position to Tomcat. So not ideal situations for the red Mitsubishi. So crosses the line now and does a 1:59.0. Actually still quicker than Works, but still a lot slower than those cars. A couple of positions ahead. Noddy Racer makes the pass on Bolinas. The two still side by side up through the cliffside they go. This WTCC layout here today has been used and abused by these drivers. They tried to use all of that track and a little bit more to gain an advantage on their opponents. Not many drivers have been able to completely make it stick. And Costa now has become the hunted again as Tomcat looks to put his blue Evolution just ahead of the red one at the moment. But Tomcat has got quite a lot of weight on his shoulders, bearing in mind you've got the other SPM of Popo just a few centimetres behind. Very sideways, Noddy Racer may actually give up a slipstream here to Bolinas. Can he get the Evo to the inside? The answer's not quite, but he is trying. He's not hanging about. He's certainly not wanting to leave us till the last minute. Taking a slightly deeper line there into the slight hairpin, and now into the double right-hander. They collide slightly. He sends Noddy Racer into a drift, who saves it in almost a Ken Block style tribute. Down through the S's come this exciting group of cars, absolute gaggle as they get their way down into the chicane again. And Segadila meanwhile now 15 seconds clear of Maya Raceway, so thundering away, there's no other word for it. There may not be a cloud in the sky, but this man is providing a storm on the circuit. He's tearing a new layer of tarmac. Over the line he comes once again. Let's take a look at what lap time it's going to be. Nothing short of lightning fast, a 1:58.0. And to give you an idea of just how quick that is, over the line comes Nye Raceway now. That's a 1:58.6. So 6/10 slower than the race leader. Then there's Suzuki, Superbar, Evil Knievel, Noddy, Bolinas, Ganj, and a very wide Tomcat and Acosta there. So Acosta was under pressure. It's now developed into a manoeuvre from the Blue Evo, and Acosta doing his best to hang it on the inside, but if you can't hang, then there's the door. Tomcat sides his way through. Acosta tries to cut back, can't do it, bit of a nudge. But Tomcat with a nice manoeuvre there, made his intentions clear from the get-go, and now finds himself up a further position. Works also trying to overtake Ganj. We'll see how much success he's going to have as they dive their way down now through, once again, the hammerhead point of the circuit. This is where the car becomes so difficult to control through this one point. There's no guarantee you'll be able to correct the slide as up the inside goes Tomcat again. Acosta still struggling. Hairpin once again. The drivers still doing their best at the moment to keep themselves cleared, but Works running outside of Acosta, so his race could get from slightly better to slightly worse because he's repassed Tomcat after an error. Tomcat on the gravel, Popo punishes him for it. Tomcat now down to 12th, and now Acosta has got a lot of ground to make up again. Ganj is now in 8th place. Bolinas escapes in 7th, and the race leader completes race lap number 9, so we've only got 4 more laps of racing here. Segadila worrying about fuel. He's put 4 dots there now. 1 dot is essentially saying that it's a full stop. He's angry. 2 dots, he's implying something. 3, that something's wrong. And 4 dots there saying there's fuel with 4 dots. He's very much implying that he could be coming into the pit lane any moment now, and that could be absolute heartbreak for the race leader. The man who's led this race from lap number 1 from pole position could be diving into the pit lane unless he's trying to give an idea to the other drivers. I'm pretty sure that means that Segadila, the man who simply decimated this race so far in terms of pace, could be going for an early trip into pit road. It's still early days yet, we still don't know for sure, but it is certainly not looking healthy right now for the man that leads this race at the moment. We'll see if anything changes in the coming moments. Right, there's only so much work that can be put into that car without the fuel running out. Obviously, the more you push it, the higher the revs go, the more the fuel runs out. So if it is a problem, you will see much quicker shifts, I should say, on the gearbox, known as short shifting in terms of racing terminology, which is where you just short lower to keep the revs much lower and use less fuel in the car. So if he's in true fuel saving mode, we'll see maybe shifting halfway up the gear, around 6,000 revs, currently doing it around 6.5. So it wouldn't surprise me if there is some sort of fuel issue with Seguidilla at the moment. A bit further down the order, Acosta got in front of Nganj last lap. So the man who's now 8th position is Acosta 88. Evil Knievel off onto the grass there. Now wondering what's going on, because that car's slowing down a lot. He's pulled over. Now that's on the route to the chicane. Now where is it? He's completely gone wide and stopped the car. Now is this a wheel issue? Is this some sort of fuel or engine problem? Evil Knievel, the man that was inside the top 5, battling hard all race long, has come to a complete standstill. Well, standstill if you pardon the pun, since he's on the sand, but on the edge of the racetrack. Now that's going into the chicane. Yellow flags are out. That car's got no intention of moving again. Is there a problem for Evil Knievel? And is this the end of the race for the man who's now down to 14th position? Not a single retirement just yet. Seguidilla is in then. Seguidilla is in the pit lane. So it is a fuel issue. We were right with the dot rule. 4 dots. He wasn't happy. He's in the pits and he's down to 13th position. He had 16 seconds over every other car in the field, and he's now down to last place bar Evil Knievel, who's pretty much just parked his car over to cook a barbecue on the boot. Seguidilla is now down to last position for fuel. Life can be cruel sometimes, so Seguidilla is definitely a fuel issue. Raceway now leads then by a much slimmer margin of 3 seconds. Can he convert this into a manoeuvre or no? Can he do this and take home a victory, or are we going to see another shock in the tail? Is fuel still going to play an issue? Noddy Racer still attacking Bellinasen. We've got, well, 2.5 laps of racing to go until we conclude our penultimate race of the evening here at Sonoma. Acosta 6th, Nganj is 7th, Ariswork in 8th, Tomcat in 9th, Popo is in 10th position at the moment, still chasing down that blue Mitsubishi Evo. Darek in 11th, Kruger 12th, Seguidilla 13th, and Ariswork's got it as well. Ariswork's from P8. Complaining about fuel, so he's not happy. The drivers are complaining left, right and centre that there are fuel issues in the car. So maybe some of these drivers who are a bit slower and further down the order than we imagine, like Nganj, have been driving slower to conserve fuel and just not let on. Maybe they knew all along that that car can only go up to about 12 laps on 1 tank of fuel and decided to just not tell their opponents. It's a very sneaky manoeuvre. But, you know, it's not always the fastest car that wins. And just as I say, Nganj, he's spun and gone backwards. So Nganj off the racetrack, spins it round at the chicane, the same corner which saw the retirement of Evil Knievel a few moments ago. Raceway is leading, but not by, I think he's fuel saving. Raceway has got to be fuel saving or something. He's only 1.2 seconds away. Suzuki LJ50 on the penultimate lap of the race. All over him now. The pressure starts to mount. This is what makes drivers into heroes, or drivers into forgettable ones. Up to the top of the hill they come again. Suzuki trying to get a look in. He's got to be careful, pick his moment very cautiously. There's only so much room for error here. We've seen this before. Final lap of the race 2 races ago. Arasius back led the entire thing and ditched it at this very corner coming up. You've got to be careful as a racing driver and find the balance between pushing for a race victory and just taking second. I'd much rather finish second than not at all. And Suzuki up the inside there, forcing Raceway ride. He sweeps it round the outside to try and force Suzuki into a worse drive coming off the corner. He'll be on the outside, going into the double right-hander. It's going to be a drag race to it then for the race lead. Penultimate lap of the race. Raceway versus Suzuki, who's got the lead at the moment. Raceway much braver on the brakes. They're pushing each other so wide, and they know Raceway's got the line, but sweeping it around still with Suzuki. They make a bit of contact, and Suzuki's got it. What a move that was by the grey Mitsubishi Evo. And now Raceway has got to push. Suzuki, while he may not have a fuel issue, is certainly in prime condition to win this race with only 1.25 laps remaining here at Sonoma. Acosta now on Noddy Racer. He's gone wide. Is Noddy stopping as well? He's in the barrier. So Noddy's off. Oh, and he's at Tomcat. And now the racing arrows are coming. Exactly what we were saying earlier about racers just finding their groove and then losing it. Noddy Racer retires. Tomcat keeps going, so he's actually starting to spun himself up a position. So we talk about driver error, that's actually driver creation, I suppose. He's literally hit someone, spun, and moved up a position, which has just been removed. As Kruger's out of fuel as well, so a third driver affected here by fuel issues. As Suzuki goes over the line to start the final lap, then the race leader clear now. Where's Niraceway? No, Niraceway is out of fuel as well! The Blue Evo that was fighting for the race lead is out of fuel. He's down to 4th. He can't even make it to the start-finish line. Drivers are dropping left, right and centre. Nganj is struggling in 6th place, well, 8th place now. Who else is struggling? We're losing drivers left, right and centre. Suzuki's still going, but for how much longer? The new running order is Suzuki, Superbar, Bolinas, Acosta, Darek, Tomcat who's fighting him. And then that's it. 6 drivers out of 13. Niraceway, Nganj, Noddy, Kruger, Arazworks, Popo and Segadila with Evil Knievel as well. All retired. A lot of them down to fuel issues, a couple down to driver error. But my goodness me, what an explosive start to the championship this is. Niraceway completely out of the race. Darek still fighting with Tomcat here in the final moments. But what an endeavour this has been. We're approaching now at 25 minutes worth of racing. And now Tomcat trying to move his way to the inside. Darek says not quite that easily. You want to fight for it, you've got to do a bit more than that. It seems that Tomcat's going to have to completely throw out his playbook and research a whole new one, because he's not going through there without a fight. Acosta still 4th, Bellina's still 3rd, Superbar still in 2nd, and still more importantly with fuel in the tank. I was watching, it's very anxious time, so I think for all parties. Suzuki must be running on nearly empty. He's only got a couple more corners to go. Make that one final turn, and he's got himself a victory. Is he going to run out of fuel? Are we going to see a late catastrophe? Into the final corner. This is what the edge of your seat was made for. Down to 2nd gear he comes. Superbar in 2nd as well. Follows him all the way to the line after gaining. But it should be a Suzuki LJ50 win. In the bizarrest of circumstances, the first winner of your free-to-play championship is Suzuki LJ50. And what a win that is. He's followed home by Superbar. Tremendous work by the Red Evo. Was fighting for 5th earlier on. Now up to 2nd. Bolinas for SPN gets their first podium in the weekend. What a drive for him. Acosta, probably the most impressive of the day, takes P4. Tomcat will take 5th, and of Darek in 6th. And that is our final finisher of the afternoon. So 6 finishers and out of the race. Niraceway in 7th place. Nganj, Noddy, Kruger, SPM Arazworks, Popo, Segadila and Evil Knievel. We'll be right back with you for the final race of the evening here at Sonoma.
That was a 3-2. That was a 3-2.
So the final race of the evening is about to get underway shortly, but first we've got 7 minutes of qualifying left. We are 900 to 1100 A-Skill Quant in the free-to-play championship. My name's Ian Jenkins. I'll be calling all of the action for you from the Sonoma circuit as the drivers look to set their opening lap times here at the field, being very populated indeed. We've got a full grid once again, 14 drivers currently looking to stake their claim to pole position. All of them, of course, running the 2008 model of the Mitsubishi Evo, meaning that it's an even playing field. It's all down to the setups. How are you going to approach this session? Do you go aggressive on downforce? Do you not? Do you maybe even think about going a bit more conservative, go for a more grippier car? You set out to understeer or perhaps even oversteer. It all depends on the driver, how they feel most comfortable. Do you set something out of your comfort zone, or do you set something right so far within it that it almost slows you down? There's so many tactics going on inside these drivers' minds. It's very, very difficult to see just what exactly it is that these drivers have done to the cars. And bear in mind, we saw some fuel problems actually in the B race a few moments ago with the majority of the field. I think there were 5 or 6 drivers there actually suffering some fuel issues and having to pit in, some of them even retiring. Meaning that if we see the same today, this is really going to shake up the championship in the early stages. We've got Van Panther, who's currently the fastest man on the circuit with a 1 minute 56.196, a 156.4 for Cortese. Colin Fox is in third, B13 fourth, Luke Sky is in fifth. Very good qualifying so far for him. Wild 7th, 6th place, Capabomber 7th, Andre Pasta in 8th, Ragster in 9th, sorry, now 10th, he's actually just been demoted after Dimitris Giannopoulos gets up to 7th position. Pierre 11th, Lazarus 12th, AGO in 13th, Grafindel still yet to set a lap time here in this session, but he's coming towards about the halfway mark on the circuit as well. So currently Van Panther Street's ahead of everyone else, and the man who claimed the last championship as well. So we know exactly how fast, how dangerous this man really is around this Sonoma circuit. We've seen it a million times before for the NX driver. Van Panther claiming the World Touring Car Championship as his, now looks to do the same here. He's 2/10 clear of Cortese, 7/10 of Lolin Fox, and 9/10 off of the man in 5th position. So really is carrying that speed, that momentum, that drive over from the World Touring Car Championship here into the free-to-play. So we'll see what he can muster up as we come towards the end of his lap. We've still got ourselves another 4 minutes and 35 seconds left of the qualifying session before we call it a day. There's our B13 goes top to B13, now your provisional pole sitter with a 1:56.180. He's only beaten by about 100th of a second. Cortese there in 3rd, Lolin Fox still 4th, Luke Sky still rounding out your top 5 at the moment, and now Cortese goes fastest. G Cortese at 1:56.155 sees him rocket to the top of the time sheets without even hesitation. The man has flown up to the top, and now the times start to really get interesting. Now there is only 400ths of a second separating Cortese, B13 and Van Panther. It's all about that banker lap now. If the drivers haven't got their banker laps in yet, then they're really going to struggle in these final 4 minutes. Bear in mind it's about 1:57 on average. If you can't get yourself a good banker lap in the opening few moments, then you're going to spend the rest of the session vying to try and get that all-important time to fall back on. A banker lap essentially meaning that if you can cross the line, get a time you're happy with, that's inside the top 5, then you'll be okay. Then you've got room to improve. If you can't do it and you keep making errors, then you're forcing yourself to improve, to drive or overdrive the car to about 110%, and that is where the errors start to come. That's when you can't get a good lap time, and where some of the big names drop down the order faster than you can say Mitsubishi. So still a long way to go until we determine our pole sitter, but right now it's Cortese from B13 from our man Van Panther in 3rd. And Omega asked on the chat, can you get the kart for free? The go-kart, the Formula 3 and this car, the Mitsubishi Evolution X, are all absolutely free of charge. So be sure to get over to Simraceway.com and check them out now. So definitely a worthy addition to anyone's garage. Most of the drivers completed 3 laps of the circuit so far. Andre Pasta completing 4. He's currently 9th at the moment with a 1:57.448. 2 minutes 40 seconds left of the qualifying session remaining. No one's been able to top B13's time just yet. Cortese's still in 2nd. Van Panther is our still man who's just about clinging on to 3rd, but still 8/10 clear of Lolin Fox in 4th, with Lazarus in P5, although he's just been pipped there by Luke Sky. So Luke almost and anything you can do, I can do better scenario as he jumps up into 5th position there. And Lazarus currently still 6th as well. 7th for Dimitri Giannopoulos, 8th place for SPM Ragster, 9th Andre Pasta, 10th for Grafindel, Capabomber 11th, EGO 6th and 12th, 1-7 13th, PA 14th. And that runs out your field so far into the final 2 minutes of qualifying. Can anyone top B13's time or no? There's still time for people to do it. It's now or never. If you can't get a time going now, then you're really going to struggle. It depends just how tempted these drivers are to push themselves over the limit to get themselves in pole position. Qualifying is just where you start though. It doesn't mean it's the way you're going to end up. You can start on pole and still end up last. But you just never know what's going to happen here. Qualifying can be important. Not as important as a good race start then. 1 minute 23 to go. Still the same order in the top 5, and still B13 has that slight advantage at the moment. Now breaking into the 155s. 155.871 for him last time by. See if anyone can maybe match him or get closer. Obviously the fuel in that car running very low indeed. And now under a minute remaining. Just outside the top 5, it's looking very close as well. Lazarus is only missing out by literally 300th of a second, so very much on the bubble. Dimitri Giannopoulos 7th is only a 10th of a second away. Ragster is in 8th place still. Andre Pasta 9th. Grafindel rounds out your top 10 into the final 40 seconds of qualifying. So the question is, in terms of traffic, they've all got it pretty easy in terms of the front three. B13 will get to do another time as well, which is not what G. Cortese needs to hear. As he makes his way towards the end of the circuit. He's not on a lap at the moment either. Van Panther is, however, and he should also get another lap or be there or thereabouts. He rounds out of the final corner now. Is this going to be enough to get him at least a second on the grid? He needs 3/10 for pole, 400ths to get himself onto the front row. Is this going to be enough? Or no, it's a 1:55. He goes second, and he's just 1200ths of a second away from B13, and he does get another lap. Well, he's back in the pit, so he's called it a day. The checkered flag is out. Van Panther doesn't do it. So he stays second by just over 100th. Cortese third. Will he improve or no? The answer, not quite. Lolin Fox still out there. Luke Sky still out there. In fact, most of the field are. Dimitri Giannopoulos now makes his way towards the start-finish line from 8th position. Where will this place him? Is it an improvement indeed or no? The esteemed keyboard racer stays in 8th place, so no improvement for him. As the checkered flag is out for many of the drivers in this session. Still half of them, though, yet to complete their times. Your pole sitter among them. And he leads it by 1200, so would like to put a bit of distance, I'm sure. But with Van Panther and Cortese back in, the next man who can really challenge him is Lolin Fox, and he was a second slower on his last lap. So it doesn't look like, unless there's some sort of miracle into the final few moments, that he's really going to be able to be much of a threat to the pole position. At this stage, he's got AGO 6 in front in 6th. So, last thing AGO needs is to make an error. He needs to get himself a nice clean run to the line to maybe boost himself inside the top 5, which is currently being held by Luke Sky80. And a bit of a wobble there for Lolin Fox. I'm sure that wasn't what he had planned. Diving into the final corner again, and look how close Lolin Fox is getting to those inside tyre barriers. He's driving the wheels off the thing, but now 4th and 3rd for Cortese and Lolin Fox. Will Lolin Fox get himself onto the front row of the grid or no? He gets closer, but it's not enough. AGO 6 doesn't improve either. The rest of the drivers making their way towards the end of the session as Kappa Bomber improves his time. I think Ralph Findle went up slightly there as well. Mr. PA from 14th, 3/10 off his nearest man. Needs some sort of improvement here today, or some justification at least. Not enough, so that brings us to the end of qualifying. B13 starts on pole position.
Green flag, hit it, hit it. That was a 3-2.
So then the final race of the evening, the first round of the free-to-play championship about to get underway. 16 laps of racing here from the Sonoma World Touring Car Course. B1386 starts on pole. He's had a great launch off the line, as has G. Cortese, who started third. Will he challenge for second on the inside of turn one? The answer's not quite. The line just gets closed off as the field scramble their way up the hill for the first time. 3 wide almost there in the back end. Watch out for any contact. Everyone's got to race very fairly in the opening stages. It's a long, long race. The lap's almost taken about 2 minutes, so about half an hour's worth of racing today. The drivers have got to try and find the balance between pushing hard and conserving for the later stages, bearing in mind the fuel issues we saw earlier on. Dimitri to the inside of AGO6. That one comes short. Nothing actually profoundly because of that one. Massive down to 11th, couple of on the 12th. Ondrej Passer up the inside. He'll be on the outside as they go through the spoon curve. And that's going to really be an issue. He's trying to go for it though, isn't he? He's asserted his authority, gone right through and forced Ragster into a bit of a bad predicament indeed. So Ondrej Passer goes through, Ragster down in position. Mr. Pierre currently the man who's 14th at the moment. The rest of the drivers scrambling their way towards the chicanes and through the S's at the moment. B13 goes out of the double right-hander, still leading from Van Panther. So the man who couldn't quite get pole position, but a previous champion in the World Touring Car discipline. We know he's very quick around this circuit. In fact, we know he's very quick, full stop. It'll be very interesting to see what he's made of here today as they go through the chicane again. Will he be able to get some sort of manoeuvre from somewhere or no? Only time will tell. Let's find out then. It's going to be a big risk manoeuvre through there for Cortese. We can maybe have a look at Van Panther. The Hunter's becoming hunted once again. Cortese at the inside of the final corner, the end of lap number 1. Van Panther's very late on the brakes and Cortese being pushed to the inside of the pit wall. And couldn't really do much through there. He's given it his everything. And it may have just not been enough. So Cortese now sits behind Van Panther again. Maybe the start-finish line. We're on lap 2 of 16. Get to the inside or no. Cortese doing his very, very best through here to make something of it. Couldn't quite get it done. Now let's see what Cortese's made of. As they make their way going up the hill for the second time today. A bit further down the order, and you can just see that Lazarus now attacking Wild 7. So the black Evo trying to defend from Lazarus at the moment. In fact, Wild 7 usually drives the blue one, so a change of colour. Maybe he's trying to change his fortunes here around Sonoma. So halfway around lap number 2 at the moment. The B13 leads from Van Panther, then Cortese tails him in third and maybe starts procrastinating about trying to find his way through sooner rather than later, because every lap he spends behind that black Mitsubishi is another lap that he could have spent chasing down B13, and a lap that B13 would have spent pulling away off into the sunset. Over the apex they go there, and now let's see what Cortese is maybe trying to do. Riding the curbs very high indeed, really utilising the low suspensions of the Evos here to get maximum traction out of the car as the top 3 pull away drastically from the rest of the cars in the field. Cortese off onto the gravel slightly, not what he surely anticipated through there, but looking much more aggressive through that final chicane. As we come towards the end of lap number 2, still behind Van Panther. We can't quite find a move just yet. The rest of the drivers, we got Dimitri off. The keyboard racer, the very established race-winning keyboard racer, off at the chicane. Makes his way back onto the circuit in a lonely 14th position. That is not how he envisioned to start this race, that's for sure. And now B13 makes his way over the start-finish line again to start his 3rd lap of the day. Van Panther still 2nd. Cortese follows him very closely. Luke's got up to 4th. Big result there. Now we say Luke always ends up around the 7th to 8th position markers. Now finds himself in P4. So a big jump there indeed. Lolin Fox is behind him 5th. And there you can see Wild 7 and Lazarus side by side. Lazarus tried to cut up the inside there. And he's put Wild 7 down another position. So the blue Evo of Lazarus now up into the top 6. Maybe sets his sights on Wild 7 in front. Or Lolin Fox in front, I should say. AGO6 watches on from behind. As the rest of the drivers in that ever-expanding train, and off onto the gravel goes Kappa Bomber, and he's Kappa bombed it into the wall. There's no fun about that. I mean, the wheels come completely off. So the left front wheel is literally off the car, pummels into the wall. Well, there's no way that car's getting back to the pit lane without a tow truck. Kappa Bomber out of the race. So our first retirement of the day coming on the 3rd lap. Not what Kappa Bomber wanted, that's for sure, but we'll see what he's can bring to the next round of the championship. It's been very interesting so far to see him in qualifying. He didn't qualify too badly at all, but unfortunately his racecraft just isn't quite there yet, and an unfortunate moment of inconsistencies. See him slip down the order as we come towards the end of lap number 3. B13 still ahead of Van Panther and Cortese. Then Luke Sky, Lolin Fox, Lazarus, AGO, now Findle, Wild 7, and Magster, Andre, P8 and Dimitri rounds out your top 13. With our lone retirement at the moment presuming to be Kappa Bomber. As we say though, 2 minutes now away from perhaps another lap. B13 brings his way into the final turn. Cuts into the apex very, very nice and early. There's Cortese 1.7 seconds away. Van Panther now 3rd. Luke Sky is in 4th. 5th place is Lolin Fox. And over the line go the top 3 who are still separated by virtually nothing. A 156.1 from him, a 155.8 from Cortese, a 157.2. So very slow there for Van Panther. Cortese taking big strides in that lead towards B13A6. He's definitely got this all planned out, hasn't he? Kappa Bomber now back in the garage. Van Panther 3rd, Luke Sky in 4th. So back to the action. Luke Sky still currently being in control at the moment of 4th place. The train behind him, maybe not so controlling. Lolin Fox being very, very much pressured by Lazarus 16, having dispersed of AGO the last lap. Lazarus is now looking on point, isn't he? Looking very, very aggressive indeed as we come towards the end of the first quarter of the race here. Now they sweep their way through again. Lazarus tries to get the cut back underneath the chicane. He's played that beautifully. And will he get the drive going in towards the final turn or no? That's another issue entirely, but he's going to struggle. Puts a wheel on the apex there. The curve's not so kind to the blue Mitsubishi Evo. And it looks like Lolin Fox is going to be able to just keep his nimble little car in front for the moment. And Lazarus charges back up the inside. Big act of defiance there for Lazarus, but it's still not quite enough. And now he tries to turn back up the inside again, this time of turn number 1. And again he fails that number 5 of 16. He's still pushing with everything he's got at the moment. Not quite enough at this early stage. Lap number 5, as we say, has just been commenced. Behind all these drivers now, very, very much trying to settle down before it's too late, because the only trouble is with these close races and how packed the grids are is that And it's become difficult to settle down and to find a consistent rhythm of maybe 155.5s, for instance, 156.4s. There's no real consistency. It will be 1 minute you're doing the best lap in the race, the next minute you're slower than everyone, because you're always fighting with another car, and that's what makes this championship and what makes this car so special. Don't forget as well, these cars all free of charge, the game's all free of charge, the track's also completely free. So if you want to get involved, head over to simraceway.com and download the game for free to get involved with this championship. Mr. PA now up to 12th, was 14th before. Dimitri had a spin, and we had a retirement from Capabomber after plummeting into turn 4. His car hit the tyre wall very, very high speed. The front left wheel come completely off, separated from the alloy, which was, I'm sure, not what he wanted at all. And he'll watch the rest of this race from the paddock, so he'll be very unfortunate there with that one. But we'll see if he can maybe come back next weekend to something slightly stronger. So his chances of a championship win have quickly diminished. The B13 has now got himself quite a hefty lead to the next two drivers behind. He's now currently 3.9 seconds clear of Cortese. Dan Panther is in 3rd place, Luke Sky is in 4th, Colin Fox is in 5th. So make their way now down the main straight again. Over the line comes B13, Cortese 2nd. 3rd place is Van Panther, 4th Luke Sky, 5th Lolin Fox, 6th is Lazarus at the moment, 7th AGO, 8th place Brad Findle, 9th Wild 7th, 10th Ragster, Andre Passer in 11th, 10th place Mr. PA. Now can he get to the inside or no? He's going to try at the inside of turn 1. Number 6, and he's certainly showing early signs of aggression, that ruthlessness shining through of Mr. PA. He wants to get himself inside the top 10. However, it's a very, very long road to go down. You've got to be consistent, you've got to know what you're doing. So make their way towards turn number 5. Onto the gravel slightly. That may compromise his line. He almost hits the back of Andre Passer. Ragster in front going slowly as well. Further forward, look at that train of 4 there. Graffinder, AGO, Lolin Fox and Lazarus are the drivers that are all competing position at the moment. Lolin Fox being chased by AGO6 very, very rapidly indeed. The black car of AGO trying to get to the inside. Very tight hold to fit the car through, and somehow trying to push away. Bit of argy-bargy. Looks like a bunch of trying to put it at the last minute. Quite a bit. We've got some technical difficulties at the moment, but the two cars still side by side. I think we're doing everything he can to push his car through. So apologies for any technical delays. We're trying to sort them out as we speak, but whilst we try and get to the bottom of them, don't forget that this is, of course, the best physics in games at the moment. Of course, if you're talking sim racing, it doesn't get much better than Simraceway, all developed by professional racing drivers and coaches. People like Nico Ronde have spent so long behind the wheel trying to, you know, nail every single inch of detail into the Formula 3 car, for instance. They know what they're capable of. They know how much goes into these cars. And that, of course, if you say the highest grade of physics, it's completely free to play, and the only free-to-play racing simulator on the market which offers as much depth, as much immersion, and as much content as Simraceway. You've got all of the cars, you've got all of the tracks, and you've got all of the competition coming at you for something which no other sim can offer. So if you want to find out more, head over to simraceway.com. Of course, this is not why we're here today. We're here now to focus on the racing, and these drivers all so close together at the moment. As we say, I mean, the physics are just simply unparalleled. I mean, I'm by no means a racer. There's a reason I commentate, and that's because I'm terrible when it comes to racing. If I was as good as racing as I was a commentary, I wouldn't have a job. So, I mean, but this gives you guys a chance to really get yourself into immersion. And something that Simraceway have worked very hard on recently in getting themselves into the next level of immersion is a full career ladder. Now, this hasn't been done in a sim racing game before. I think I spoke in 2012 about this actually and pitched the idea. to several different companies and games and people behind the scenes, but getting a full career, starting out in go-karting and choosing where your career goes, whether it'll go down the oval path, to the wheeling series, to the dirt buggies, to then, you know, we've got trucks as well, you've got some great vehicles on offer down there, or you go down the proper racing section, so single-seaters. So you go through the Formula 3, you go up to some of the classic McLarens up until the current MP4 29, to the turbo McLaren Formula 1 car. Or alternatively, do you go into the endurance factor? You've got the prototypes, you've got the GT cars going down. It is the only game that offers a full extensive career ladder for absolutely free of charge. As you say, if you want to experience that and offer something that no other game has to offer, check it out, simraceway.com. And if you ever wanted to realise what your life will be like as a racing driver, this is the best way to do so, and this is the best way B13 is experiencing. He's now 4.8 seconds clear as we approach the halfway mark in this race. 5.8 seconds as they go through the spoon curve. Cortese still ahead of Van Panther at the moment. Luke Sky in 4th. 5th place is Lazarus. 6th AGO 6. Graf Findel there just behind him as well, while 7th and 9th. Frankster 10th. Andre P8, Dimitri all following with only one retirement here on that number 3, and that was Capabomber, so only one retirement out of the entire field, which is very good for an attrition rate, especially considering how feisty these cars are. And what makes them so special is that they're a learner's car. They're introduced to you when you first get hold of the game, which means it's the first car you properly get to grips with. Everyone's familiar with them, everyone knows the limits of both themselves and the car, how far to push them, and where it's simply out of bounds. And because of that, the pace is always so similar. There's not much room for development in terms of a setup. You're not going to find a sudden 4 seconds over someone else. All the times are always very close together, which means competition is always very high. The cars are always close together, which means that the racing is always simply fantastic. Lolling Fox proving that right now, as he tries to find Lazarus 16, or maybe a way through as they come towards the end of the halfway point in the race. B1386 turn to final corner, 15 more minutes then until we come to the end of our first round of your Sim Raceway free-to-play championship for all skill quants. Over the line he goes, followed by Cortese and Van Panther. Luke Sky, Lazarus, Lolling Fox following as well. Those trio of cars still looking very, very good at the moment in terms of where they are currently. You've got AGO 6 7th, Humble in 8th, Wild 7 9th, Max to 10th, and they've gone a bit wide there. So again, apologies for the technical difficulties. I think my internet doesn't seem to be my best friend right now, but I don't think Andre seems to be Dimitri's best friend either. Dimitri goes straight round the outside and takes P11, and we've actually lost Lazarus 16. Not good news. Lazarus becomes our second retirement of the day on lap number 9. So it was right in the heart of that midfield with Lolling Fox, and I think it must have been Luke Sky 80 as well. He was the third car in that train. You got AGO 6 and Graf Findel just behind them. So not good news for Lazarus at all. Really did struggle there. And now Mr. PA trying to go up the inside of Ragster for P9. Now that move could be cut very short very soon if he's not careful. That line simply fading away too quickly into the double right-hander. The apex closes up tighter than a crack in the floorboards. And there's just no way you're going to fit a Mitsubishi through a crack in a floorboard. That's just not going to happen. And I think PA finding that out firsthand. One of the most experienced racers in Sim Raceway. Since probably the very beginning of our competitive nature, and that's definitely being a factor here today. Although PA now maybe just trying to think outside the box a little and find a way through, and talking of thinking outside the box, Van Panther over the line is still looking very, very close to Cortese at the moment. The two drivers who are second and third. Cortese leading it. Van Panther getting very close up through turn number 1 and 2. Lap number 10 of 16 is underway. What has Cortese got left in the tank? As they circulate their way through once again, up towards the hammerhead point of the circuit. Running the World Touring Car layout, as we say. Is Van Panther going to go for a move? No. Both Evos too wide there, and although he snuck up the inside, can Cortese defend? The answer's no. And he's really got an opening now for the first time in all race. Van Panther with a chance to keep second away from Cortese, having slipped back to third. The man who started his race on the front row. The grid is being challenged still, side by side through the spoon curve. And Cortese looking to really assert his position there. He's got it done. So he keeps Van Panda at bay yet another lap, and all you've got to be doing simply is angering the beast within, haven't you? Van Panda's not going to stay that calm and collected all race long, and I think he's got to be very much aware of that. PA and Ragster also getting a bit too close for comfort. We've seen this before as well. PA looked to try and get a move on a few moments ago. Really be able to do so here as they make their way down in towards the double hairpin again. It's a bit of a drag race. The blue car opens up. PA later on the brakes. Sign still delivered if he doesn't ram into the side of the car. He doesn't. Very clean move. Bit of RG, but nothing that's going to really give him a penalty. So PA up into 9th position then. So the man who started 14th now with a positive 5 gain on his record. So not a bad effort at all there for Mr. PA. Odds up in 8th place, and then you've got Grafindel and AGO6 battling. Lolin Fox fighting with Luke Sky over 4th position. Bearing in mind, just Luke Sky has taken a massive stride forward in this championship, that's for sure. Usually hovers between 7th and 9th position. Now just on the edge of a podium, should fate tell in his direction if the winds have changed. Fancy burning around Sonoma. It'll be a really big day for that man, Luke Sky 80, as the two cars make their way down the start-finish straight. Luke Sky crosses the line. Lolin Fox right behind him as well. Next two cars through, AGO and Grafindel. Lap 11 of 16 then, so still quite a long way to go. We've completed 10 laps, 6 more remaining here at Sonoma till we draw it closed on our first round of the free-to-play championship. Free-to-play being the main emphasis. It's not just championships you can get yourself into. You've got, of course, the free-to-play aspect of the game. So all of the tracks are free of charge. All of the wide arsenal from Watkins Glen to Silverstone to Mid-Ohio to the track you're seeing right now, Sonoma, all of them absolutely free of charge. You've got the cars, which some are free, some come at a low price, but you can make a full career just by doing the career ladder, which is free of charge. If you've ever wanted to live out your racing driver dreams but couldn't quite have the funds as a kid or couldn't quite get into go-karting, then this is the time for you. You can really take your next stride in your competitive sim racing career as a Simraceway user. Halfway through lap 11, and Cortese now pulled away dramatically from Van Pant of that lap. He's actually pulled towards B1386 to a certain extent. Towards a chicane. 3 still not separated by much. Lolin Fox still chasing Luke Sky. AGO6 still being hounded by Grafindel to make their way into the chicane. We'll see if Lolin Fox will tempt fate with a manoeuvre. The answer to that question is no, and the same goes for AGO6 and Grafindel as well. So still about 5 more laps left of racing here at Sonoma. The question is anyone going to stop B1386 and his reign of terror? Another lap in the books, lap 12 of 16. And AGO6 is still pushing on at the moment, but it looks to me like G. Cortese, that lap certainly was quicker than B13 by quite some margin. It was 6 seconds the gap before. It's now down to a measly 4, and Van Panther has dropped back 3. So that's not a clear sign of Cortese gaining on B13. I don't know what is. I mean, he's gone very wide through there. Van Panther's followed suit. Surely only time will tell, but towards the closing stages of the race, perhaps B13 has wasted all the tyres, or there could even be a problem with the car. Maybe he's trying to conserve fuel, realising what we saw last race could still be an issue. Grafindel and AGO6 also still joining amongst themselves. AGO6 goes wide. Will Grafindel punish him for that one? The cane comes out. Yes, he does. And now it's a drag race going into the double hairpin. And I've got a feeling that AGO6 was very bullying push there. They still have the inside line. Oh, and a bit of a side swipe there, and he's been absolutely pitted. And AGO6 somehow holds on around the very undulating circuit here at Sonoma. Luke Sky's done very well to navigate it so far. Van Panther's struggling a little. The gap's coming down though between the 2 race leaders. We only have 4 more laps of racing after this, so about 8 more minutes until we find a winner. And out of the final corner comes B13. That gap has come crushing down. It's like someone just found an ice sculpture and taken a hammer to it. It is just shattered in pieces all around B1386. Let's take a look at the lap times just to demonstrate that. It's been a 1:55.9 from B13, a 1:55.4 from G Cortese. It's a 0.5 of a second quicker, a 1:56.0 from Van Panther, so he's fading away quicker than you can say Van. And now Lauren Fox maybe looking to put a pass on Luke Sky. He's finally got a good run. Can't get to the inside of turn 1, or can he? He's positioned his car well, mind the inside of the pit barrier, and then the rear wheel of Luke Sky. Luke somehow with the confidence to really push him over the limit there. That could have been disaster. Both cars remain unscathed. I'm not exactly sure how, but Luke Sky also keeps 4th position. And when the B13 will keep the lead position for much longer, it's still got to be debated. Cortese 2nd, Van Panther still 3rd. Colin Fox still attacking Luke Sky in 4th as well. This is what we took a look at a moment ago. There can still be a lot to change in that battle. We just don't know what the future holds for these drivers. All we do know is that it's going to be adventurous. Colin Fox completely off the track there. Just as I say that, smashes through the Cadillac sponsor sign. Rejoins the circuit. And now you take a look at what Dimitri's is doing with Mr. PA, the 2 Blue Evos who were demoted earlier on. Dimitri, through a fault of his own. PA started 14th, got himself up the order, now finds himself in 11th position. So, in a very topsy-turvy race for PA, very roller coaster-esque. It seems now they'll be hoping that he's on the way up, because it's a long way down. And Dimitri is certainly looking to be an advocate of that right now. He just passed him into 10th. Another lap about to be in the books. We'll have 3 more laps of racing, and the gap remains at about 2 seconds. Through the final corner, let's see what B13A6 is really capable of. Over the start-finish line he goes. What sort of lap time are we doing? A 1:55.9, a 1:55.5 again. It's 0.4 quicker. Will this be enough for Cortese? Catching is one thing, passing something else entirely. And around Sonoma, it's almost like catching is studying a degree in, I don't know, let's say counting numbers between 1 and 10, and then passing is like studying a degree in rocket science, because it just takes a completely different mindset, a completely different set of skills, and your 1 lap pace suddenly becomes irrelevant. It's all down to your racecraft. How can you pick away at your opponent's mentality? How can you force them into an error without making contact? Can you find a hole where there wouldn't usually be? Or if you can't, can you perhaps create something out of nothing? It's all going to come down to the final 2.5 laps here at Sonoma. B13 from Cortese, Van Panther falling down. We've got Luke Sky 4th, who's pulled away very well from Lolin Fox. AGO and Graufinkel, who are still battling. AGO 6, the black car in front of the white, and Graufinkel, so they look to try and gain on Lolin Fox. So the 3 cars all looking very close for comfort at the moment. In fact, a bit too close for comfort through the spoon curve there for Graufinkel. Wild 7, SPM, Dimitri, PA, Andre Parser are our last runners, with Lazarus and Capabon your only 2 retirements here as we come towards the end of lap number 14 of 16. 2 more laps remaining here at Sonoma. So we find ourselves a race winner, and what it could be to, well, what dividends it could have in this championship, knowing how important this sort of race is, knowing how much these guys practice, how much effort they put into the hot lap before getting into the session. It's so much to these drivers, and it all comes down to this. Yes, you can push all you want during the race. Yes, you can get yourself in pole position, but if you can't give yourselves 16 laps of clean, competitive racing, you will not amount to anything in this championship. But we'll wait and see just how much this is going to pay off. It's been a very tough race so far. He's going to get even tougher for B13. Yes, he's led. The gap coming down, a 1:55.5 for him, a 1:55.7 for B13. Penultimate lap of the race has started. Cortese has almost got that lap now to just over a second. He is getting closer as they dive into the hammerhead again. Cortese just looking so much more composed at the wheel to what B13 has to offer. And as Van Panther watches on, he'll be hoping the 2 drivers perhaps collide and offer an opportunity for him to sneak a win. So it's out of the question, but in fact it's very in question. You never know what he's got planned up his sleeve. So Van Panther 3rd, Luke Sky still 4th, Lolin Fox 5th. And Graufinkel tries to sneak his way through, a very sideways AGO 6 there. There can still be a lot more in this race to meet than meets the eye. Ralph will get to the inside or no. He's going to try it at the spoon curve, but I think AG06 in the black car is going to carry the drive right around the outside. Yes, he is. And Ralph going to have to think maybe a little bit deeper than that before we come to the end of this race. 15 minutes have been gone. Almost 30 minutes have been passed as well. And now it's time for Cortese to really put his money where his mouth is. Can he get this race win? He's shown he's quick. He's shown he's got the pace and he's got the racecraft. Can he articulate it into a potential race victory? It's all about creating something out of nothing now. How dangerous is Cortese to B13? Final lap of the race is about to get underway, then 2 minutes away from finding out who is going to be the winner of the first round of your free-to-play championship. B13 leads, it's Cortese trailing in very close by in second. A 1:55.9 for B13, a 1:59.9, or 55.9 I should say, matched for Cortese. The two drivers matched for the first time ever in this race. They've actually matched each other's lap time. We've still got a bit of a fight there as well with Grafindel and AG06. That has still got a lot of flavour left in it, I'm sure. No stale variety of food there. Made their way out to the final corner for the penultimate time today. The PA and Dimitri's Giannopoulos. We've still got 12 runners as well, which is simply fantastic to see. The attrition rate has been so low. The drivers have been so composed at the wheel. They've been so consistent with their lap times. Very, very respectful. Some great sportsmanlike conduct being shown. No real incidents between the drivers, despite the odd bit of crashing at the start, which is bound to be expected, really. You know, you get so far into season or so far into a race, you can only expect a bit of tension between the drivers, a bit of nervousness into the opening few corners. But the drivers are now going to get themselves over that. They've found the rhythm, and now it's about breaking that rhythm and finding the clutch. There's not long left in this race. B13 about a second clear of Cortese. The tiniest error could have the utmost of damaging consequences. 1.6 seconds and Cortese is free. B13 is now trying to catch him with everything he's got, but over the curbs they go. Just 2 more corners until we come to the end of the race. It's been 30 minutes of grueling racing for Cortese, clawing away like there's no tomorrow, and he's now going to do now or never. It's live or die into the final corner. B13 should hold on. Look at the wider line by Cortese. He wants to cut underneath. Bit of an internet glitch there, I think, for B13, and that may be his saving grace. What a drive out of the final corner. What a drive overall. B13 wins the first round of the free-to-play championship. What a stunning display of sportsmanship there. Cortese takes second. Third place is Van Panther. Well, so we'll be very happy with the podium, but he felt it could have been a win. He qualified second, had the lead in turn 1. Luke Sky will take 4th place. Or will he, though? He's still got a lot of drivers looking to take it from him. Over the final corner they go. Luke Sky will take 4th. Lolin Fox 5th. AGA will finish in 6th, with Grafindel finishing in 7th. Wild 7 in 8th place. 9th is Mr. PA. 10th, Dimitri's Giannopoulos. 11th place SPM, 12th Ondrej Passer, and out of the race Lazarus and Kappa Bomber. So big result there, as we say. Luke Sky in 4th, one of his best of the season, one of his best of the year actually, so a massive result there. But congratulations to all of our podium sitters and winners from today's action. It's been a splendid way to kick off the Simraceway free-to-play championship. If you're umming and ahhing about getting involved, simraceway.com is the place to go. The best thing about the free-to-play championship, it says it in the title, completely free to play. All of the content comes free of charge, from that tracks to entry fees to cars, all free. So from myself, Liam Jenkins, thank you so much for tuning in here today. To our cameraman, Dimitri, for once again providing us with a very professional broadcast and making you guys, I'm sure, sit on the edge of your seat at times with some exquisite camera angles. To our events manager, Kosako, for once again, for being the genius behind the FTP Championship, another championship which is bound to be a resounding success here at Simraceway. And to all of the drivers for taking part, over 40 of you signed up this weekend. Wouldn't be possible without you guys, or for you at home watching the live stream and giving me something to do on a Sunday evening. From myself, Liam, I'll see you next Sunday for the next round of the FTP Championship.
that was a